Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I had incentive to get the trash out very quickly tonight because it's horrible outside. Not because it's hot and muggy as it could be in the summer, but because the wildfire smoke is down this far. In fact, actually, I'm work from home tomorrow because they don't want us to go outside. So, yeah, still doesn't mean I can live stream any longer. Just means I don't have to drive to work in the morning. Let's see who else we have in the chat. We have Ryan from Everything is Broken Garage, who was first. We have Eric's Edge, and I have no idea what language that is, Eric. We have Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. We have 1-Bit Fever Dreams, who was first in a different language. Probably first in that language. We have Joe's Computer Museum, who just wisely said me because there's no competing there. We have myself, because I counted how many other people had chatted first, and apparently I was 6th in the chat. We have, let's see here. Whoa, let's see here. My chat scrolled. We have Jeremy, who is lucky number 7. Jeremy, I sure hope you got your care package, because I wouldn't want to spoil what's in it. We have Joe thinking that I was going to be Justin Delate Morgan, and little did he know I was just about to press the start streaming just as soon as my iPhone said it was 8 o'clock. I have incentive to start on time tonight. We have Bob Darlington, yes. Welcome, Frank S. And we have, let's see here, do we have anyone else in the chat? Looks like I got everyone. And Eric says that was Japanese. And, Ryan says, sorry, Justin, classic Canadian response. Yes, would not, surprise me. Jeremy says it's raining there. I wish it was raining here. That would knock the smoke out of the air. Wind would be nice. Yeah, I could go for a quite, throw it down thunderstorm. So, because I'd knock the smoke out of the air. Instead, I just, very quickly took the trash out and got back inside. Then very quickly went outside to put my robotic lawnmower on the straight and narrow boundary wire and came back inside. So anyways, what do we have tonight? Well, I have plenty of fun. I have this logic board here that I kept trying to decide if it was a 2VX or a 2VI motherboard or logic board, because I kept getting the two mixed up, but then I realized all I had to do was look at the CPU to confirm that, yes, it is a 2VX logic board because it's a 33 MHz CPU. This just needs recap. I have a 2CI logic board that had a Maxwell battery go off. So there's some lovely carnage in this corner of the board. So I'm sure this will be fun, but first, before I work on either of those logic boards, because I do not want to have to pull the power supply out of my Performa 600 to test those, I have, there we go, I have a board to put together. And the reason why I was hoping Jeremy got his care package, because this might look really familiar to him, because he had mentioned he was given a logic board and didn't have a power supply for it. So, yes, Jeremy, I hope this board that I sent you including with the connectors and some SMT components. I hope that will help you test the logic board that I think you said Ron gave you. So we'll turn it into a community project. Now, granted, I can't take credit for this board here. This is... Let me see if I can read the writing enough to remember who did this. No, I can't read the writing. I don't remember who did this. I may have to look it up. But anyways, so what is this board? This is an ATX to whatever Apple called that power supply style power adapter. And basically, the voltages are the same. The problem is that the ATX standard uses the power on signal for ATX is a low-level signal, meaning that the motherboard pulls it down to ground to turn on the power supply. But on the Apple power supplies, the on signal is actually a high logic level, meaning that the logic board pulls it up to 5 volts. So basically, those SMT components there are 2 resistors. One is acting as a pull down and one is acting as a pull up resistor. We have a capacitor because power smoothing. And we have a logic inverter that basically inverts the signal coming from the Macintosh logic board to turn on or off the ATX power supply. So yeah, it's a very neat board. And then basically you just you plug your ATX power supply into it and you use the soft power on the logic board. So you push the power button, it'll invert the signal and turn on the ATX power supply. Now, for anyone out there that's like, oh, Apple did it all proprietary, I would like to point out that the Apple designed their power supply for the series of computers that used that style power supply. I believe the first computer that was released that used that power supply style was in 1989 with the 2CI. Now, it could have been a little earlier. The ATX standard, I don't think was released until like 95, 96. So if anything, Intel did it backwards from Apple. Which control logic style is easier for designing a power supply? I have no idea. I suspect that Apple did what was easier for their soft power on signal, and Intel did whatever they thought was easier for PC manufacturers. Luckily, they aren't so wildly different that you can't just make a simple adapter board. Also, I kind of wonder if Apple did the pulling the signal up to 5 volts because their power supplies, there's usually a relay in it. And I'm wondering if maybe that made it easier for power supply designers to incorporate the relay if, I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, Jeremy's saying shorting to ground is easy. Yeah, definitely. Shorting to ground is easy. I don't know why Apple did the raising it to 5 volts. Maybe for the design of their power supply, I don't know. They might have done that. Maybe because on the logic board side, it was easier for Apple to do pulling it up to 5 volts. So it's quite possible that Apple's power supply design is just simply based on what was easier for their logic board designer. Luckily, though, a simple inverter will fix the problem. So, anyways, before I do anything with the logic boards, I just want to put this together real quick because I actually would. Now, the 2CI logic board, am I going to test it before I do anything to it? No, it obviously doesn't work. But I would like to test the 2VX logic board before I do anything to it, just to see if it even powers up. So that's why I want to put this together first. So Michael's asking what's happening tonight. Well, first, I'm going to put this adapter together so I can test the 2VX logic board. And then... I'll let you all vote in the chat as to which you'd like to see done first. This will also give the chat a few minutes to decide. Do you want to see me try to repair a 2CI logic board? Or would you like to see me recap a 2VX logic board? And also, I wouldn't blame you if you want to do the 2CI logic board. I wouldn't blame you if you want that to be done first. Because what I might do, especially if that's the popular choice, and because I know Miss Fox is guest on Mac IIvx tonight, and I know some of y'all might want to bail to see Miss Fox, and I would not blame you at all. Miss Fox, the Macintosh librarian. I don't know, if you like this idea, I may do the 2CI until 9 o'clock, and then I may switch to the 2VX, and then come back to the 2CI at, I don't know, 10 to 10:30-ish, or whenever I finish recapping it. 2CI versus 2VX, what's the difference? Okay, just to review, and actually I'll put it on table cam so you can see it better. Okay, so this is the 2VX logic board. You will probably notice that this logic board is in reasonably decent condition. It has been through the ultrasonic cleaner since I wasn't going to recap it right away. Also because it had what looked like dog hair and dog slobber on it, which was really, really weird. I'm surprised the dog slobber didn't dry between the time the eBay seller packed it and the time I got it, because it's not like they encapsulated it in a sealed bag, but okay. Anyways, it just needs a recap because there was leaking electrolyte. I don't have any reason to believe it doesn't work, other than I usually regret many things I buy on eBay, and this could potentially be one of them. But I think this just needs a recap, and that's it. It'd be very, yeah. Now, the 2CI logic board, on the other hand, is, well, it needs just a bit more work. I don't think a simple recap is going to cut it on the 2CI logic board, because I believe that's where a Maxwell battery used to live until it no longer existed. So I bought this as a parts board because I have another 2CI logic board and it has there's no video on it. And quite honestly, I bought this as a parts board because all of the parts up in this area of the board here looked like they were in good shape, and I thought, well, worst comes to worst, I salvaged the parts because I didn't think this was repairable, especially because of the bottom of the board. But after I put it through the ultrasonic cleaner, I realized that, I don't think there's anything broken on the bottom of the board, even though there's some solder mask that looks really sketchy. So I'm wondering, and I thought I would give it a shot of, if I repair the damage here, will I get any signs of life? So yeah, I'm seeing some votes for the brownish board, which would be the 2VX. It's probably the one I can actually complete tonight. This one, I don't know. This could still be a parts board. Anyways, I'll let y'all vote in the chat while I put together this power adapter, because if I'm going to test anything, I need a power supply. Not that I don't have another power supply, but the one working one I have is in my Performa 600, and I don't feel like yanking it out tonight, so I'm going to put this together. And I'm going to start with the hex inverter, only because it's probably the most difficult of the parts to put on. And I say that because it has 5 pins instead of 2 for the capacitors and resistors, or the capacitor and 2 resistors. Actually, I think I could zoom in a little bit. Um. I think Joe's wondering what this is. It's a 74 LVC1G04. I have no idea why there's so many extra part numbers. But yeah, I think it's basically like probably one of the inverters that'd be in a 7401 or 7404. Yeah, it's just a single inverter. That's probably what all the extra numbers are. It's probably the designation for single inverter as opposed to an LS or a 74LS04, which would be believe probably a quad inverter. Oh yeah. Joe's saying it's a 74HC04, but just a single gate. So, yep. So it's just the single gate. Yep. So we only need the one inverter. Basically, I looked at the schematic and yeah, it was pretty obvious. It's just basically inverting the app where Apple pulls the power on high to tell the power supply to turn on, and the ATX standard, the motherboard pulls it low. So basically, this is inverting the signals. Yeah, that's all. It's just inverting the signal. It's all it's doing. Very simple. And then there is a pull down on the Apple logic board side, so that the signal's not floating. To keep the signal not floating on the logic board side, and then there's a pull up on the ATX side, so that there has to be a deliberate inversion of the signal. So if the logic board's not commanding the power supply to be on, then the signal's not floating on the power supply side for it to potentially be in an indeterminate state where it may or may not be. It might just start trying to turn on and off. So, yeah. So yeah, anytime you hear like a pull up or pull down resistor, it's basically a it's a like a I don't want to say small value, but it's a so in this case I think they're like 2.2 k ohm resistors. So intermediate. Oh, well. Well, good thing I have extra hex inverters. Not really, but yeah, it's a big circuit now. I just launched that hex inverter like who knows where. It is, in fact, I just accidentally launched it so hard for all I know it's like stuck in the insulation on the ceiling. I don't know where I'm kind of regretting not ordering a few extras, but these inverters were like in the small quantity I needed for a couple boards, they were actually kind of expensive. All right, so let me see if I can maybe get the second one, another hex inverter, and let me see if I can get it on the board without launching it to I don't know where. I probably will not find that hex inverter anytime soon because I think let me just say I did not hear it land, so it is probably who knows where. It could be in the server that Jeremy named Bertha, but I'm actually tempted to rename it Edna. I'm sure someone's probably going to ask why, and I'll just simply say it would be the movie UHF. But I just simply need only call it Edna. Anyone that's seen the movie now immediately knows which scene. The same scene where I believe Dr. Demento was in. All right. So now I've got flux, I've got the hex inverter. I have not yeeted this one to the sun quite yet. I tinned my soldering iron after using it during my last stream. And now, hopefully... Oh, Jeremy's wife named it Bertha, actually. Okay. Well, okay, to be fair, Jeremy didn't give it that name. Jeremy just shared the name. Alright. So, my trick for soldering these small components like this, I put flux on the board so I can put solder on the soldering iron. I solder one of the legs. And then I'll flip the board around. And then I'll kind of adjust the alignment a little bit. And I'll solder the opposite leg. And then I'll come back around and redo that just to relieve any pressure from where I adjusted alignment. And then Joe's seen the movie 100 times. He doesn't know what I'm talking about. Edna was the owner of the burger joint that they get fired from at the beginning of the movie because Weird Al's character has a daydream. So he daydreams that he's Indiana Jones. I guess it'd be Indiana Jones in the Temple of the Oscar. I'm just naming it Edna, but in reality, in the movie, she's called Big Edna, but I'm being polite. Okay, and then basically, I just check the alignment of the chip. Yeah, now Joe realizes, yes. So that's kind of why I thought it'd be funny to, well, that's why I was thinking of calling the server Edna, but Bertha also works. That would probably require me to name the drives other things from the movie, but... Okay, so it looks like I've got that inverter lined up actually pretty well. So I'll go ahead and solder the rest of the legs, and then I'll double check alignment. Well, actually, I'll double check alignment once I have the other components on. Actually, no, I'll check it before I put the other components on because it'd be easier to rework without the capacitor and resistors in place. Harvey. Yeah, name the processor Harvey, yeah. I very well could. Although there actually are 8 processors. It's an 8 processor server. Also, Jeremy, I pulled the processor module out of the server, and that's at least where a good 40 pounds of the weight is in the processor module. I was that curious to see... I was that curious to see the processors. Okay, I think that's good. Don't see any shorts. Alright. Yeah, apparently, hi, Thomas. Welcome. I'm soldering up a power adapter doodle. Alright, so, this is, I'm going to get the capacitor here. It's a 100 nanofarad, and it's an 0805 component. So small, yes, but not like unmanageably small. And while I fumble with the packaging to get one capacitor out, not that these cost a lot of money because I bought 100 and they're like dirt cheap. Well, they're dirt cheap if you buy a whole spool of them, but I didn't need to buy a whole spool of these because I'm not making these for sale. Oh, and I lost the capacitor. It fell out. Now let me see if I can find it, because... Oh, there it is. I found it. Yeah, I only bought 100, Joe. Well, because this board, it specified 100 nanofarad, which is basically 0.1 microfarad, but it also had to be an X5R or better. So, of course, I just ordered an X5R because I don't know what's better than an X5R. Yeah, just always buy extras when working with SMD, that's for sure, Joe. After all, I did already yeet one of the hex inverters to, I don't know where in my basement. I'll probably step on it in like 3 months, and hopefully I'm wearing shoes, because then I probably won't know. So while I get this capacitor in place, this little happy fun capacitor that'll make sure that the hex inverter's happy. I will point out, I do have a coffee goal. It is to get some tools and supplies. Yeah, no, not the most exciting coffee goal in the world, but, well, they can't all be totally exciting. Anyways, yeah, it's a carryover from last month, because it, didn't complete the goal last month. So anyways, that's my coffee goal. Link should be in the description. Well, I didn't get that capacitor on very, well, but there's nothing close to it, so that's going to be good. 0805s are rather small. Alright, and now 2 pull-up resistors. Yeah, Joe, I figured any would be fine, but for some reason the wiki for this project specifically specified that grade ceramic capacitor, so I ordered, or better, so I ordered the grade ceramic capacitor it specified. Because usually when something like that's specified, there's a reason, and maybe it's, the reason is they just didn't look up what was, yeah. Yeah, go buy some of Joe's Titan board sets. They're for the Apple III. Yeah. And hey, even if I know you know you, yep, I appreciate folks being here, even if you're like, so don't worry if you can't give to my coffee goals. I'll probably list some things on eBay here soon too, because to help with a few bigger goals. Hi, John. The big bad biologist. So, yeah. Yes, if you do have an Apple III, go check out Joe's Titan board clone. It's the Apple IIe boards for the Apple III. It lets you run Apple IIe software on your Apple III. I think that's what it is. I'm not totally up to date with all of my Apple III because I don't have an Apple III, so. Alright. Okay. So let me go back to the microscope. No, Jeremy, it's the oh. Well, I think whoever designed the Titan boards originally did phrase it as Apple IIe, so. I mean, it's quite possibly technically it was like more like an Apple IIc with expansion slots, but okay. Well, that capacitor is just going to be slightly crooked, and that's how I will know that this is the first one I built. Alright, and now that I got the surface mount components on, ideally I would take a really quick gander and check it. Oh, and Joe says, and glitches, yeah. Oh, awesome. Oh, waste not, want not. I just found the little isopropyl alcohol thing that I poured out yesterday. Well, Joe, if I manage to get an Apple III, then I probably would get. I'll get a Titan board set, but Apple IIIs don't exactly grow on trees around here. In fact, I don't think I've yet to see an Apple III show up on Marketplace around here. There is, however, an entirely overpriced something else that showed up on Marketplace, so. It's like people around here think, ooh, it's old, must be valuable. Alright. Okay, that looks good. I just want to get the flux off the board so I could inspect it a little better. Okay. That looks good. Alright, I think it will probably be easier to probably put the 10-pin connector on first. So basically you just put it on. It goes on the side of the board that place on this, it says on the PCB, place on this side. So you place it on this side. And it should just press right in. There's little plastic catches. I think I'm going to have to squeeze them in to encourage this to go on. Maybe. There we go. Nope, it just presses. Come on. And if I can get it to press in here. Come on, connector. Alright, let me grab Alright, there we go. Oh, now Joe's talking about silly things you can have your Apple III do. Alright. And there we go. So, let me solder the rest of these in. Alright. I think that looks good there. Oh, actually it looks like I missed a pin. You can probably see the, yep, see the pin that I missed? Sure thought I got it, but there we go. Now they're all soldered. And now, the ATX connector goes on this side. And the way it's keyed, it'll only snap on one way. But there's the notch. Goes on this way, and now and nice thing is this connector is wide enough that the board will almost sit upright. Again, I'm going to get opposing sides just to make sure the connector stays nice and square. And all right, there we go. And now let me get the rest of the pins. Hey, Will Junior 880. Oh, haven't started recapping yet. I'm building a power adapter board here so that I can test these boards with an ATX power supply. Okay, hold on. I suspect I know what Jeremy's doing with his last question, but I'm not going to say anything. I will just point out, based on Jeremy's question, I believe you will find that Apple 2 and 3 cards do not have brackets on them, which actually could be a good thing in your case. Yes, I suspect a number of these pins are actually not connected to anything on this PCB. But still soldering them because mechanical rigidity. Also, this board is actually kind of toasty warm. If I remember, I will put a link to the project page for this in the description or comment or something. Because I'm still trying to remember who designed this. I think it might be... I think it might be George. I don't recall his last name well enough to even try to say it. But he would be... I think he designed the hardware for the Grease Weasel. Or might have been involved with the hardware for the Grease Weasel. I think he's also active on several of the Mac groups on Facebook. But I can't... I'm brain blocked on his last name to try to pronounce it. I think this might be his design. But I'll have to go back and look. I'm pretty sure I starred the repository. There we go. I think it's soldered. Yeah, Joe's been quite busy with the Apple IIIs. I must know, Joe, did you ever get your customer's Apple III fixed? Or is that still a bane of contention? Or is that bone of contention? I don't know. I get my sayings mixed up. All you gotta say, Joe, if that's a bane of contention, just say, that is a topic we don't discuss, and I will say no more about it. And the best of luck, Joe, in getting your other 6 products for the Apple III, or 2 more done before K-Fest. Ah. Well, okay, well, I guess that's cool that the parts board you bought just worked. Now, it'd be really cool if this just works. I mean, it probably will. It was designed with someone that has way more hardware experience than I do. I would have probably just said, yeah, it's probably possible, but you don't want a software engineer designing an adapter doodle for that. All right. So what am I going to test? I am not going to test the 2CI board. That would be just as futile as resisting the board on Star Trek. Because I know it's not going to power up. It cannot. It is missing clock crystals. Now this board, though, might actually power up. And there we go. That just slots into the power connector right like that. It will, I believe it will only go in one way. I am going to double check that it will only go in one way. Yes, the connector, yes. Also, it would be silly to put it in this way because I think that would potentially conflict with whatever's beside. So actually, you could, if you really wanted to, you could get one of those Pico PSUs and plug it into this and power your Mac II computer that uses this style power supply with a 12-volt power adapter. Now, that's actually pretty cool. And it would definitely fit entirely in the case. I mean, you could probably use a standard ATX power supply as well, like I'm going to do, but all right, I can remove the AT power adapter off of it. So there we go. Oh, hey, Will. I'm about to power up this Mac II board with an ATX power supply. There we go. So, there we go. That is the same power supply that I used. Let's see, what did I last use it on? It would have been on Dave's stream, probably. Now, because I'm fairly sure that I got this right, so at least I don't think the power supply is going to, like, blow anything up. Even though you all are probably, like, now wishing to yourself, smoke, smoke, fire, fire! I don't know if this logic board is just going to, like, I don't have a speaker to plug into it. Oh, wait. Actually, is that correct? Intently looks at... Oh, wait a minute. Actually, I believe all these computers use the same speaker, so I'm going to assume for a moment, which is actually a dangerous thing with some Macs, but it is a 32 ohm speaker, so I don't think it's going to be too low of a resistance. I do have a speaker from a Mac IIc here, so I will plug that in so we can at least hear potential chimes. I've got the video plugged in. I don't have a keyboard plugged in, but that's fine. There is a power button on the back. All right, I have the ATX power supply plugged in and energized. And, oh, hey, Thomas. I just plugged a speaker in. And I'm going to leave it on table cam for a moment, just in case we have fireworks. And I will switch to capture input if I have any reason to believe that we have something on the capture. So anyways, 3, 2, 1. Power supply turned on. Did it turn on? Hold on. No, it did not turn on. Oh, It's turning on for a moment, then turning off. Huh. Well, that's not good. All right, let me check the logic board. Okay, I may have to check the adapter because okay. The logic board could have a short in it too. But wait a minute, I think I checked the resistance of it previously, although I should probably double check because this board could have degraded. Okay. I don't remember. Let's see, is that common right there? Okay, so that's mega ohms. That's mega ohms. That's mega ohms. Now, one of these is going to be like a really low resistance. That's mega ohms. I may also not have it on the right pin. That's mega ohms. That's mega ohms. That's mega ohm or kilo ohms. That's mega. I think I got the wrong pin. That's not a common. Hold please while I find a ground point on the board and go to the beep mode and see which one beeps at me. That's common. Okay. Let's try that again. That is... Okay. That was a capacitor charging. That is a short. Oh, wait. I think that's because there's two common pins. That is a... That's 13... That's 14 ohms. That's 5 volts. That's... Okay. I am going to comment because y'all are probably like 14 ohms. That's a short. All of these boards measure like between 14 and 18 ohms on the 5-volt rail. I do not know what Apple did. Okay, that's 14 ohms. And that's 14 ohms. I need to check the pin out. Yeah, I don't know why Apple has why Apple designed these logic boards with such a low resistance on the 5-volt rail, but I actually asked on Tinker Different about it, and someone confirmed on their known working board. And actually, my Performa 600 works, and it's like 18 ohms on the 5-volt rail. It's the bizarrest thing in the world. I do not know. That's the wrong pin. I'm trying to find the power supply pin out here real quick. And I found a Euro rack pinout, which is completely wrong. All right. Because, yeah, normally if I'd read like 14 ohms on a power supply, then I'm like, or on a logic board, I would think, yeah, that's shorted. That's so shorted. But no. Apparently, these have a really low resistance on the 5-volt rail. So I think 14 ohms is actually correct. I may need. I'll check the adapter. Actually, let me just go ahead and find that GitHub page. I'm trying to find I'm trying to find the pin out of the power connector. Which, of course, you try to find anything on a live stream. And it will hide from you. All right, no, I do need to unlock my. There we go. All right, no, let's see here. Autofill, sign in. Let's see here. my stars because I have no idea if that's what you're supposed to do on GitHub. Yeah, George Rudolph. I don't know why I couldn't think of his name. Ah, okay. I thought it was a different because there's another George that has another a last name that I can't pronounce. But yeah. Hey Adam, welcome. All right, so this is the project. It's George Rudolph. I think he's fairly participates on the some of the Mac Facebook groups, I believe. Okay, so looking at the pinout here. Hold please while I attempt to. So pin 5. Pin 5 is a ground. Hold on. I for some reason I think I got the wrong pin for. Okay. Actually, I believe this is ground here. Because that's 12 volts. And these 3 are actually 5 volts. Yeah, that's okay. So 14, 14, 14 ohms. That's actually the common right there. The reason why I thought 5 volts was common is just because of the low resistance. And that is normal on these boards. But I'm just trying to make sure there's no other shorts. I will check my adapter too. The short could be on the adapt. Oh. Why do I have... That's... Okay, pin 9. Why is pin 9? Pin 9 is... Oh, I may have a short on this board. Pin 9 is, Pin 9 is actually... Wait, that's weird. Pin 9 is the power on signal. This board may have a short on the power on circuit. Huh. Well, okay. Let me check my adapter because the next item I'm going to do, because it looks like the board may actually have a short on it after all. That was a 2VX, yes. Okay, let me check my adapter because the next board that I have that I think also will just, well, I thought that one was just going to work, but apparently there's a short in a place I didn't expect it. The next board that I will pull out of hiding, I really don't want to damage. So, all right. Let me check this adapter. I will zoom in. Now, this I really expect there should be, other than the 5-volt rails. Okay, this should be common. I think the 5 volts will be tied together on this board too. So this is... okay. No connection. No connection. No connection. No connection. Which probably means I've got the connector backwards. Oh, I do have the... Okay, that's common. Okay. Hold, please. So... Okay, no connection. And there's a short between those 2 pins. If that's common... That... Okay, let me look at the schematic. Jeremy, there were tantalums on that board. So why would I have... Okay, let me make sure I'm looking at the right thing. So these three should be... Wait a minute. Something's not right here. Okay, either my understanding of the pin out of this board is wrong. So... Oh, I've got... Okay, I had things flipped around. Never mind. Okay. Here we go. I set this board down wrong. Okay, let me try this again. Okay, so this is pin 1 here. Common is pin 5. So, let's see. I don't think I should have... I should not have anything directly connected to common. Although I guess I could see the resistance of one of the resistors. Just want to make sure I don't have anything shorted on this board. Okay, so pins 9 and 10 are shorted with 5. That doesn't, pins 9 and 10, and 10, see, pin 9 is, I think, the power on signal, because that's actually going directly into the input of the inverter. Pin 10 is going to the trickle voltage. So what is common between those two is the inverter. Huh. All right. Let me... Now I'm stumped. I'm looking at the Mac side of the adapter board. So, oh, Adam, if you're wondering, I only have the 2VX logic board. I don't have the case, and the only reason I have the logic board is for probably completely ridiculous reasons. I wanted to see how much, I wanted to see really how bad it really was. So did I... All right. So try it on a different machine first. I hope you'll forgive me if I want to just double check this first before I try it on my Quadra 650. Okay, well, I don't see any blatant shorts there. And I'm pretty sure that I... Okay, it's really... Well, please allow me to double check my soldering before I put this in a known working Mac, because I don't want it to become a non-working Mac because I did something horribly wrong on this adapter. But I don't see anything horribly wrong on the adapter other than a little solder ball or something there, but that's not... I don't think that's... Oh, that's not... No, it's not going to do anything. Okay. Well, it looks like it's built right. I don't think there were any cold solder joints. I mean, I could try reflowing it again, but... I mean, maybe I didn't get all the solder in the world that I could have on that, but... I mean, I'm pretty sure that's all right. I don't see anything wrong there. On the Mac side? Again, I mean, I could have maybe used a little more solder, but I don't see... I mean, they do look like they're soldered. Alright. Well, I know you all are saying a known good Mac, but... I'm not ready to pull the known good Mac that I have is in a case, and I'd have to try to remove the power supply. So I'm going to temporarily do something that's not known to be working, but that's only because camera's playing tricks. Yeah, I'm only doing this because this logic board is not in a case, and the power supply of the computer that I know is working is really hard to get out. So instead, I'm going to try this logic board, which is actually not known working. It was sold for parts on eBay, so theoretically, it just works. Except the theory is probably blown out of the water by the fact that I bought it. So they probably saw me coming a mile away and it's like, oh, let's send Justin this board. Okay, I think I got everything plugged in, so let's see what happens. Well, it chimed. And then it death chimed. So that means my adapter works. It means there's something wrong on my Quadra board. Probably memory as quick as it's going, right? Yeah, SADMAC's better than no back, but it's definitely dying before I get a video signal. So let me pop this expansion RAM. Chime. Yes! Video! Bad RAM! Bad RAM! And to think, I bought this for parts. Probably because a long time ago someone put it in a box because their Kingston Technology 16 megabyte upgrade kit was probably one of the memory chips failed on it. Or there's something wrong with the SIM socket. I don't know. Okay. Hey, I got a Quadra 650 board that at least chimes and gives me video and hates something about one of these sims. So yeah, lesson that if you have a logic board and you've got the RAM in it and it death chimes and you're not sure if it works, pull the RAM out. So I bet I could, I bet if I pulled a Blue SCSI over here and popped it in, it'd probably boot right to the desktop, but that's not what I was trying to do. I just wanted to make sure my adapter worked. Hey, Chris! Welcome! Oh, and also, Chris, because I forgot to to fill you in on how the K Pro goes, it boots. I got it to boot Tuesday. Now you have the executive summary. The slightly longer summary is it actually boots to the command prompt faster than my Threadripper gets out of the BIOS. Seriously, my K Pro, the monitor warms up and it's already to the command prompt. Okay. So let's try this 2VX board again. I think the slots might be okay, Jeremy. But I'll have to try some different RAM. Because honestly, I don't know if that RAM is correct for that board. It kind of, I don't know. I'll have to look. It might be the wrong RAM for that board. Well, I did boot from a Gotek, Chris, so that may be part of the reason why it booted so fast. Because I think my Gotek was configured for basically tell the system you're there, instead of simulating the actual time it would take to step to whatever track that the computer's looking for. So, basically, I guess that was the closest you can get to booting a K-Pro 2 from a solid state drive. Okay, let's see if maybe this board works now. Although I don't know why I would think it's going to work now, but yeah, there's something shorted on this board. Okay, so maybe now I do see a few tantalums that are potential suspects. Let me make sure I don't have like something that's stuck on the bottom of the board. No. Okay. Oh yeah, the PAF4 boots super fast. Okay, let's take a look on this 2VX board. I think it was kind of winning the vote for first one to work on, probably because folks thought there would be a easier time of me getting it to work. But there is something shorted on it, so let me see if I can't find the shorted tantalum, because it's probably a shorted tantalum. It always is, until it's not. So, Chris, I hope you all are doing okay, despite the fact that I looked at the air quality in DC and ugh. Not that the air quality here was great today. Okay, so that's 13 ohms across that tantalum. That's probably not it. You know, I should probably pull up the schematic for this board and actually figure out where the soft power circuit is. In fact, actually, due to air quality, they're having us work from home tomorrow. Interesting. I think I now know why there's so little resistance on the 5-volt rail of these Macintosh logic boards. I think it's the resistance of those tantalums. I think the tantalums are right on the so you hear it beeping, but it's measuring like 14 ohms. So yeah, we're getting that wildfire smoke from Canada. It's like coming down the East Coast. All outdoor school activities were canceled today. It was the last day. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I knew the weather quality was bad. Okay, so that's 16 ohms. It is quite possible that what I may end up doing is I may end up going ahead and removing the electrolytics from this board and seeing if the short goes away, because it's quite possible that even though it's normally a tantalum that goes bad, I do know the electrolytics have leaked, and it could be one of them that's causing problems. Yeah, the air quality was better this evening here too, but wait a minute, is that a shadow? Yeah, that was a shadow. Well, that's good. I know our community yard sales this weekend, but I don't have anything to put out, and I don't know if it's going to be postponed or not, but I don't really have anything to set out. I mean, there are years where I'm tempted to go to the grocery store and buy sodas to sell, but I don't know that it's supposed to be that hot on Saturday. I'm tempted to I've been tempted to do that on the days where it was going to be hot on the day of the yard sale. Like I'll have cold beverages for everyone that's thirsty, but all right, I don't see any blatant shorts on the board, at least not a tantalum. So let me see if I can spot the soft power circuit. Let's see here. So this is the cache processor, or the coprocessor processor. That's going to be some chip. RAM. Those are buffers. ROMs. Decode logic, probably for the new bus. I think those are buffers. You know, I'm really not sure where the soft power circuit on this board is. I may have to pull the schematic up for this. Yeah. All right. Let's see. 2VX schematics. Let's see if there's any schematics for this board. I don't know if this is one of the boards that there are Beaumark schematics for or not. Otherwise, I'm just going to go ahead and I'll just remove all the electrolytics and then see if the short is still on the board. I guess there's one other thing I could do. All right, let me see here. Beaumark. All right, well, let me see which, okay. So there are Beaumark schematics for the Classic 2, the Classic, the Color Classic, the 2, the 2CI, the 2CX, the 2FX, the 2SI, the LC2, the LC3, and the Quadra 840AV. Huh. There are Apple schematics for the 128 and 512, the Plus and the SE, and the Portable. And no, it doesn't appear as if there's schematics for this board out there, so I might be on my own trying to figure out what's wrong with it. And why did I buy this board? Well, actually, I wanted to benchmark it. That's it. I wanted to see how bad the 2VX was compared to the Performa 600, because the Performa 600 is basically, a lot of online sources say it's the 2VI, but I think it would be more accurate to say the Performa 600 logic board is a 2VX logic board without the cache. But interestingly enough, I think it still has the cache control chips on it, which I think is how Apple made it so that you can't put a cache card in the PDS slot because the cache control chips are still there, but there's no actual cache memory. So it would also possibly be possible that you could lift these chips off of a 2VX logic board, pop them on a Performa 600 logic board, and now you've got cache. But I don't know that I want to try that. Okay, there is one other thing I did think of doing, just to see if the short is possibly not... Actually, I should have thought, though, that the short was on the soft power circuit. So... I'm going to go ahead and pull the Sims and the VRAM off the board, and I'll check for shorts again. I doubt these are the cause, but, well, it can be helpful to remove everything that's removable. Okay, so let's see here. There's common, and that's... Yeah, there's definitely a short between pins 9 and 10. Interesting. Okay, so there is a short on this board. Let me see if I can see where pins 9 and 10 go off to. No, I can't, because those are on an inner layer. Great. Well, this board might just be a big mystery. Alright, let me try a few other... Okay. Well, that's 13 ohms. That's not where the short is. I'm trying to figure out... Alright, if anyone out there knows where the soft power circuit is on the 2VX, let me know. As I don't see any schematics. And I don't see anything that's obviously the soft power circuit. But yeah, there definitely is a short. I think about the only thing I can do is remove the electrolytics and see if it goes away, but I don't think it will. I suspect one of the logic chips that implements the soft power circuit is actually shorted. That would require me to... Okay. Alright, so if I were a 2CI logic board, the soft power circuit is a 74HC74 and two 74HC132s. It looks like there's probably potentially transistor and diode. Okay. Do I see any of those chips on this board? It is quite possible they've integrated the soft power circuit into another chip. Okay, so these are 74F257s. I suspect those are going to be buffers of some sort. That is the SWIM. So that is definitely not part of the soft power circuit. Unless Apple did something really weird. Alright, that is a... $742235. That's the aerial chip, which I suspect is video related given its location. Those, I think, are resistor nets. Is it using an egret chip? Yes, there is an egret chip on this board. Does the egret handle soft power? Because I do notice there is a little blob of green on the egret chip on one of the legs. There's the egret chip right there. And there's the green blob, or CUDA. CUDA. Is there a CUDA? Hold on. Looking for a CUDA. Oh, that's marked term. So that's the term. I think that's the SCSI terminators. That's aerial. That's SCSI. It's marked combo for some reason, but that's SCSI. These are serial. That's egret. That is sound. So ROMs. That says decode. I think these are buffers probably for the RAM. These are 244s. Those are going to be buffers for the RAM, probably. I do not see anything that is marked CUDA. So maybe it is the egret chip. Egret is soft power. Right. Well, maybe not surprisingly. Also, interestingly enough, the dog hair with slobber that was on the board was like actually somewhere around the egret chip, interestingly enough. Actually, I think it might have been right here where my pinky's pointing to. If you can kind of see that. I think that's where the dog hair was slobber, at least what I thought it was. It was definitely a dog hair. If you've had dogs, dog hairs are pretty evident compared to cat hairs. So it was a dog hair, but it looked like there was like dog slobber on the board too. It was really weird. But maybe it wasn't dog slobber. But it was definitely a dog hair. I stand by that analysis 100%. Maybe it was electrolyte and a dog hair. I think what I'm going to do, since the soft power is shorted, and I don't know where the short's coming from, I think the first order of business is to, clean up that area of the board, and that may include just going ahead and hot airing the egret chip right off the board. All right. I'm very tempted to just remove the egret from the board and see if the short goes away. But maybe if I scrub with a clean toothbrush. I mean, after all, dentists say to brush twice a day, and I haven't brushed this logic board yet today. So I think I'll start with a soft bristled toothbrush. Actually, this side of the chip's looking better already. Let's get this side here. Let's just kind of... Well, it's kind of hard to tell. I don't know if you can see it. Probably not. There is just a little bit of green on this one leg here, the egret. So I'm going to take a toothpick and see if it'll just kind of... scrape off. No, actually that green is... actually kind of worrying because the green blob is like at the chip pin interface. I may have to look that under the microscope. I may also pull up the LC schematics to see what pins on the egret chip that is. So it looks like, looking for the, because I think it's the same egret chip if I'm, okay, so there's pin 1. So it's going to be pin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Pin 16 is the one that's got the green blob on it. Pin 16. All right. I think that's the same egret that's on the LC and the LC2. Oh, good. There actually are bow mark schematics for the LC2. So let me see what pin 16 of the egret... first, let me see what egret chip is on the LC2. And I don't know the part number right offhand. I may have to go look at an LC2 board if the schematic is not clearly labeled. Well, LC2 doesn't use soft power, but what's to say that Apple didn't like override that functionality on the egret chip on the LC2? Why make 2 egrets when you can make one that's flexible? I mean, it may be a completely different chip number. Color Classic might be a better thing to cross-reference. Oh. Okay. Good point. Because it has soft power. Good point. I've never owned a Color Classic, and I really don't know if I'd want one. Because you have an LC and an LC2, and I mean, why do you need a Color Classic? Because it has the same RAM limitation. The only thing different about it is it has a built-in small, tiny color Sony Trinitron. I mean, okay, it's a Sony Trinitron. I'll at least give Apple that they had Sony do the picture tube for the Color Classic, but all right, I'm still looking for the egret on the Color Classic. Sound. ASIC. No, it's not going to be that. That's the MCU. Unfortunately, since I don't have a Color Classic logic board, I don't know what component is the egret chip. So if someone has a Color Classic board and they can actually tell me which component is the egret on the Color Classic board, because I don't know if the schematic actually calls it out as an egret or if it just gives a component reference. I don't know if the 2SI uses an egret. That would be the difference. Part U7. Tinker different Discord for the pinouts. Well, hold on. Let me see if it's... Oh, here we go. I found it on the schematic. 3341 SO417. 341 SO417. Okay. They do not. Okay, the Color Classic egret has a different part number than the one on the D2VX. Let's see. Francois is telling me they tinker different Discord. Oh, it looks like. Oh, there we go. Thank you. 341 S0. Let me see if this part. So this is 851. 851. Yeah. Oh, okay. Actually, interestingly enough, I was actually on the right track because according to this spreadsheet, the egret pinouts that's on the Tinker Different Discord, it actually is the same egret chip that's on the Classic 2 and the LC series. So actually, despite the fact that the LCs don't use soft power, it apparently is. In fact, I'm actually going to go grab I'm actually going to look for myself. Of course, the egret chip would be under the. Yeah, sure enough. It is the same egret chip that's on the LC2 and the LC. What do you know? Maybe I've been around hardware manufacturers too much to know that they like to make smaller numbers of parts. So, okay, that is. So, pin 16. Oh, and this is very nice that the pins are actually. They got a kind of a drawing. Actually, let me share my screen here because this is actually pretty nice. So here's the pinout. Whoops. All right. So for the egret I have here, so it's going to be this columns E, and if I'm reading this right, column E and K are going to be the pins I'm looking for. So let me scroll over just a little bit so that my head's not in the way. Also, so my microphone's not in the way too. So according to this, pin 16 is the one that was green, is IPL2, and that is active low. And I have no idea what that signal is. However, pin 15 is reset out. But this might actually be part of the power control. Because let's see here. So let's see. Pin 1 is IRQ. There's reset, oscillators. Reset in 5 volts, ground. It doesn't. Oh, reuse the layout Kai did for their ASICs. Yeah. Okay. If I only knew what the. Does this have a cheat sheet of what those signals do? Because I don't have a schematic for this board. Oh, but wait. I do. Just not for this board. I just need to use the schematics for one of the other Macs that uses the egret. Oh, here we go. The Classic 2 uses the same egret. Although it doesn't have a soft power circuit. Never mind. Wait a minute. Hold on. So you mean to tell me that this egret is used on a bunch of computers that don't have a soft power circuit, and the 2VX, which does? Interrupt priority level should go to the CPU. Okay. So that's not soft power. All right. Let me see if I can ascertain. Let me see if I can take a guess as to which one's the soft power. Because one of these has to be soft power. Either that or the soft power circuit's not actually on the egret. Okay, well, there is at least one thing I can do. Okay, so I haven't yet seen something that says this is the soft power circuit, but I can at least make sure that the egret's not shorted. Yeah, it is the ADB controller, so... But I don't see a pin on the... that says... that screams, like... This is the, like, power on signal, although I see where the trickle power goes in, potentially. ADB in, ADB out, priority levels, reset out, ADB power... EDD SYN. I got an idea. I got an idea here. Yeah, all the power button on the keyboard does is pull one of the ADB pins to ground. Correct. I'm pressing the power button on the back of it. But that's probably doing something very similar. All right. So one lead of my multimeter is in the power connector. And the other lead, I'm just going to see if any of these pins have a very low resistance connection to the soft power on the power plug. Although it is quite possible there's like a logic chip in the way. There probably is a logic chip in the way, but I don't have a schematic. This is probably not going to... Oh, I see another green spot on the board. I may have to pull this egret off the board. Although the thing is, I think I'm looking for something that's shorted, not that's broken. All right, I'm just looking. See, that's audio. Oh, that's where the CD audio goes in. Those are serials. That's not going to be it. Oh, that's a voltage regulator. Wait. Hold on. Let me look at schematic here real quick. So, trickle power is pin 10. Pin 9. Okay, so that is, I think I'm looking for what's shorted to pin 9, I think. All right. That seems as if there's something green under the egret chip. I think I may just hot air this egret chip off the board and take a look under it. But first, yeah, very well could be. Okay, the first thing I'm going to do here, yeah, I guess any electrolytic. I did put this through the ultrasonic cleaner, but it may not be the cleanest. There's also a little bug that is apparently interested in my logic board. Okay, so I'm just going to see if this egret chip is like internally shorted anywhere. So I've got one multimeter probe on the... Oh. Well, that's a short. EDDSYN. Okay, so that may actually be supposed to be shorted. Okay. I've got one multimeter probe on 5 volts. I'm just trying to see if there's any shorts. There is one pin that's like a direct short, but it's labeled as another 5-volt rail. And it's quite possible that that's actually supposed to be shorted. But it also warrants further investigation. Okay, so now I'm going to put the multimeter on the pin that was shorted to 5 volts. And I'm going to check the 2 pins on the power connector that go to the soft power circuit, and there is no direct connection, so that's not it. Yeah, the ADB power pin. Actually, no, that's not the ADB power pin. It's marked as plus 5 volts, but it's highlighted a different color. Okay, it's on the 5-volt rail. That is an interesting question, though. Is that shorted to the ADB power pin? So that is, see, the ADB power pin is 1, 2, 3 pins down. 1, 2, 3. And actually, there's a fairly high resistance there. Okay, I think that one pin is, I think it's supposed to be shorted. I think it's just another pin that's 5 volts. Which, if that's the case, then yes, 5 volts is going to be shorted to 5 volts. The same power plane. Okay. Well, I'm not seeing anything that looks like the egret chip is shorted, but it is like a green blob. I can't tell if it's just like glue that's the same color green as copper patina or what, but I guess I'm probably going to have to remove the egret chip. Pin 24. Yeah, pin 24 is actually not directly connected to 5 volts. Yeah, there's like 100 k ohms between the two. Of course, maybe that's the problem. But no, I'm reading a short on the power on circuit. Somewhere there's something that's shorted. What's the PBL signal to analog board? PBL signal? I don't see a PBL signal. Pin 24 is ADB power. Well, pin 24 has a 100 k ohm connection to the 5 volts, so there's not a direct connection between ADB power and 5 volts, which kind of seems weird, but in fact, it seems like pins 27 and 26 should... Pin 26 is marked as plus 5 volts or power PU, power up. I don't know. I don't think the egret chip is causing the short. Now, is the egret chip blameless? I don't know, but I don't think it's causing the short. I think something else is shorted, but I this is kind of one of those cases where I really wish I had a schematic, because if I had a schematic, then I would just follow those two pins to what's on them, but well, I don't know what schematics you're looking at. I'm looking at I don't I'm trying not to assume that the 2VX is I mean, I haven't found 2VX schematics. If you found them, great. I actually would prefer to try to trace components back with the 2VX schematics. I mean, sure, the egret pin out is the egret pin out, but all right, good night, Frank. But but after that though, I'm like, I would really prefer to have the schematics for the board I'm looking at. Oh, on the actually, I think on the if you're looking at the like Classic 2 or the LC schematics, which use the same egret, those don't have a soft power circuit, so it probably is always on. Okay, now that's oh look, it's a dog hair. And here's a chip, U1. I don't know what U1 does, but there's some green on it. So let me see if I can't clean the green off and then maybe see what this chip is. I mean, it looks like it's related to SCSI, but check if pin 25 goes to any pin on the PSU connector. It does not. It did not. Pin 25. Pin 25 does not go to any pin on the power connector. There's no connection. Oh no, there's something interesting. Does that pin maybe go? Okay, so there's one of the contacts on the power switch. Okay, so here's one of the pins on the power switch. And there's this trace here. And it goes over here. And here. And here. Down here. Here we go. And then there's a via here. Or I think it's a via. Although that is quite the most interesting looking via in the world. Oh, here we go. And that goes to a via that is by the egret chip. Can't see that. Now, I don't know which via it is right now, just yet. Hold on, I'm trying to... Okay, so I think this via here is maybe that pin. That's not the via I'm looking for. This via here is... All right. Almost the distance from the guard on my multimeter probe to the end of the tip. It's just a little further. So if I measure that same distance back here, I think it's this via here. I think it's that one there, or it's going to an inner layer. So do I have a connection between this via and that power? 0.4 ohms. There we go. So here's the via. Let me double check now that I've got the board this other way. So I think that's the... Just want to double check one last time. That's the via. And of course my multimeter turned off. That beep was it turning off. Yep, there we go. That via right there. Okay. So here we go. I think I'm on to something. So this via here is connected to the power switch. It's one of the pins on the power switch. I don't know which one. On the 2SI schematics, there's 100K to the power monitor line on the PSU, pin 10 on the connector. Hold on. Hold please on that. So, pin 23 on the egret is connected to the power switch, which is kind of inconvenient because it's not marked on the Google Docs. I'm pretty sure that's pin 23. No, it's... Hold on. Oh, there's 14. Pin 25. Never mind. Pin 25. Pin 25. On some of the other egrets, it's marked as power on. All right. And actually, there's a note on some of those others that say there's a 100K pull-up. Which I don't know where the 100K pull-up is right offhand. Anyway, so pin 25 of the egret is connected to the power switch. It looks like it's directly connected to the power switch. That's not to say there's not a pull-up resistor somewhere. So, unfortunately, I can't really easily probe pin 25 of the egret. 28, 27, 26, 25, and that lead. So, okay, so there is a connection there. So yeah, pin 25 is power up. Or power on. I think that's the signal coming from the switch. So if you press the switch, I think it that's connected to pin 25. Now, there could be a pull-up. I'm not going to say that there's not a pull-up, but I do not see any resistors on the top side of the board. That is not to say that there's not a 100K resistor on the bottom of the board, because Here is there's actually a resistor here. This may actually be the, it's a 10K ohm resistor. All right. Is this, hold on. I know I'm off frame, but I'm trying to measure something that's hard to probe. Is that connected? Okay. Yes, there is a there is a resistor. R40 here is acting as a pull. Okay, it's a pull up or pull down. I don't know which. It's it's probably a pull up. I have no idea what. Bingo. Here we go. It is connected to pin. I think that's pin 6 of the power connector. Pin 6 of the power connector. If I'm counting, pin 6 is ground. Hold down. Oh, welcome back, Adam. I'm just trying to find the. It almost looks like it's a pull down resistor because it looks like it's connected to ground. Would Apple really have a version of the egret where it uses a pull down instead of a pull up? Of course they would, but I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized there was apparently some text that I couldn't see. Oh, okay. Oh, it's Google Docs. Yeah, it looks like a 10K pull down on that one. Some of the other egrets, it's actually one of them. I think whatever in column M, it actually is a 100K pull up, but in this case, it looks like it's a 10K pull down. Yeah, looks like it's power on. Okay. So if that's power on, then that means. Wait a minute. Is column M, is that the 2SI maybe? Hold on. M is, oh, color classic. Um. Okay, well, let me go back to the color classic schematics real quick. Color classic. If I can find the egret. Because I want to, I'm wondering if the other pin I'm looking for is the other unlabeled one on the egret pinout on that spreadsheet. I could attempt to. Because I'm thinking the color classic egret might be close enough on that pin. If I can find it on the schematic. Basically, I want to see what pin on its egret is connected to the. If there's like a. Oh, but wait, it doesn't use the power supply that this one does. Never mind, that's not going to help. Pin 25 should go low when you ask it power on through ADB. Yeah, I mean, I could plug in a ADB keyboard and push the power button and see if that does get pulled low, but I'm trying to use the power switch. I'm trying to find the pin on the egret there should be a pin on the egret that is connected to. I mean, there should be one that's connected to the pin on the power connector that actually turns on power. Because there is a short. Somewhere there's a short. And unfortunately, the two pins that are shorted on this power connector, those two apparently go to an inner layer trace. Because there's no trace going to them on the top or the bottom, so apparently this is a I bet, yeah, this looks like it's a multi-layer board. Two SI and two CI, two CX, two VI. They all share the same pinout, but they don't all share the same power up signal. Likely pin 25 through 100K. Well, how could pin 25 both be connected to the power switch and a pull up to power on the pin 25 through 100? I don't understand how pin 25 could both be connected to the power supply switch and also to pin 10 on the power connector. But I'm a software guy, not a hardware guy. Also, pin 25, there's a 0.417 mega ohm, so there's like 400K of resistance between pin 25 of the egret and pin 10 of the power connector. I don't think they're connected. I'm wondering if it's pin 23. Pin 23. Oh, it's 10 mega ohms. Okay, that's not it. I'm thinking there's like a diode or a transistor or something. No, the power supply is the same pin out as the 2SI. It's a wired logical AND gate. Either the pin or the switch pulls the line low. But pin 10 of the power connector is pin 10 of the power connector is the trickle power. So no, pin 10 is pin 9 is the one. Pin 9 is the one that is the power on signal, not pin 10. Pin 10 is the trickle power, according to the schematic for this ATX adapter. Pin 9. Also, I just realized that, trying to measure resistances with a board that's partially on a stainless steel table is interesting. Well, Oh, wait a minute. I think I might be onto something here. Here we go. I just found a transistor that's connected to. Okay, I'm about to pull this board off the table just to make sure I'm not introduced. Okay, I just found a transistor. All right. I was thinking that there was probably a transistor or something connected to the egret because I can't find anything on the egret that's directly connected to pin 9 or 10 of the power connector. But I just realized there is actually this might be, wait, was I looking at the diode or the transistor? Okay, I don't know which one I was looking at. Was it the diode maybe? Ooh, here we go. So this pin of the diode has a 14 ohm connection to pin 10, which doesn't surprise me. It seems like yeah, 14 ohms. Okay. So D2 D2 suspect, but Q3 here, I got 0.1 ohms. And yeah, Q3 is directly connected to both pins 9 and 10. Okay, I need to see if I can figure out what kind of transistor that is. Yeah, that's suspect. Oh, I do not have the patience to make schematics for this board. I am not Beaumark. I don't know how Beaumark did it. All right, so Q3 is now a suspect because one of its pins has a 0 ohm connection to both trickle power and oh wait a minute. No, it's not. No, that's not where the short is. Okay, here's why. So this pin of the transistor has 0 ohms to both these, but the other two pins on it are like high resistance. One of them's um like 500 ohms, I think. So Q3 is not shorted. If I measured 0 ohms at two of these pins, then yeah, Q3 would probably be where the short is. Now, Q3 though may then be connected through diode D2. Hold on, but I gotta. If it is, it might be an interlayer diode. No, wait. I think there might be a resistor between those two. Actually, it looks like there is a. It pops down on the bottom of the board. And here we go. Let me see what size resistors these are. So it kind of looks like it goes through maybe one or both of these resistors. Let's see, that's 0.5. Okay, so that's a 500 ohm resistor. And that's a 22 ohm resistor. No, I don't know if that's actually where those are connected. Let me see something here, though. Okay, so this via here, is it connected to this? 13.8 ohms. Well, that could actually be one side 5 volt, one side ground. Okay, is it connected to here? No. Connected to here? No, that's like 16 mega ohms. Connected to here? That's 14 ohms. No, that's the resistance between 5 volts and ground, so I don't know that that's connected. I'm looking for like 0 ohms. Oh, that's 500 ohms. Nope. No. Okay. Was this diode connected to... Nope, that's mega ohms. It's 13.8 ohms. .9 ohms. Yeah, seriously, anything that's reading 14 ohms, I have to ignore because that's the resistance between 5 volts and ground on this style board. It so okay. So this transistor Q3 does appear to be getting power, but probably I have a feeling this is the trickle power. Oh, here we go. I think I know what I need. I know. Okay. So I need to see what kind of transistor this is, but I wonder if this is actually connected to one of the pins of the egret chip. Because I'm wondering if this is the transistor I'm looking for that actually turns the power supply on. Which, if that's the case, then one of these two transistor... Actually, maybe I should see what kind of transistor that is first. Then I won't be guessing. Okay, so what is that transistor? Okay, this is just my guess. Okay, so there's the modem. Cue Joe making modem sounds in his head. There's the egret chip. There's, I think, the one of the clocks. So there's the transistor Q3. That's the one I'm interested in. Let me zoom in. And then focus. It does look like it says U92. I mean, I could plug the power supply in and actually see if I get trickle voltage. But U92. Okay, so the first question is, what kind of transistor is a U92? And in case those other two numbers or letters or whatever those are important, I do know one thing that can be done if you're having trouble reading markings on a chip. Sometimes putting fluid on them can change the contrast enough. The other thing was it was isopropyl alcohol, which would clean off any thing on the chip, making it hard to read. But if you'll notice, I know it's out of focus, but if you'll notice, the contrast changed. It's kind of hard to tell out of focus, but that is definitely U92. And well, unfortunately, okay, let me find my Q-tip and dab it again. I don't know. 33? Is that a 33? Kind of looks like 33. Yeah, I think that is a 33. But I think that might be less important now that I look at the how hard it is to read those numbers. I think that might be like some sort of a mark. But yeah, that's definitely a U92. Okay. So, what is a U92? Is that a PNP or an NPN transistor is probably the main thing. Pinout would be great too. I can figure out what it is. I'll even might even just pull. Let's see here. U92 marking. I think that might be a 3SK135BT if this really weird website is to be believed. SK135BT. All right, let me see if I can find the data sheet for that transistor. Well, I found a data sheet for a 2SK135. I wonder if those are similar enough. BSR17A. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I can't believe the really weird website that probably was just trying to sell me some random part. BSR17A. Why does that part seem so familiar? It's like BSR17A. Sounds like the transistor that was on my LC logic board that is bad. Okay, so that is an NPN. The emitter, so the emitter of that transistor is connected to, well, that makes sense. All right. Okay, assuming I have the correct pin out, then okay, this transistor is not to blame because its emitter is connected to, yeah, its emitter's probably connected to pin 9. Now, I think the pin I would like to figure out what it's connected to is it the collector? Sorry, software guy here. I always have to look at the I have to look at the transistor symbol to remember. Or Joe will probably correct me and so remember I'm just a software guy, so I always get the three um one of those is probably connected to the egret. No, it's the base. I want the base. I think the base. It's all about the base. Because the collector is no wait. Yeah, it's the base. The base is probably connected to the egret somewhere. I was trying to remember which pin is which on an NPN transistor, Joe. I think I remembered that it's all about the base right now. Or I think as the song actually says, it's all about that base. But in this particular case, I think it's all about the base. Because I think I'm going to find that the base of that transistor is connected to the egret. Because the emitter is probably connected to pin 9 of the power connector, which is power on. So just something on the egret must be telling that transistor to turn on. At least that's my guess. Either that or there's another logic chip around here. It's actually connected to the egret, but yeah. Well, let me look at the egret pin out. Maybe I can not so randomly do this. Okay, so it's probably not. Oh, I guess could it be pin 24? Could it be the ADB power? Pin 8, 27, 25, 24. No, not that one. Okay. It'd be pin 21, the one marked PD. 21. No. Nope. Hmm. Maybe I should go look at like the LC or LC2 schematics. That also could be the transistor on the. Hold on. No, that can't be the transistor on the ADB bus. What is controlling that transistor? I don't know. I'm almost just tempted to. Now that it's like 10:30, I'm almost tempted to just go ahead and. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I don't know what's shorted. I'm working off of an egret pinout that is probably correct, but there's some pins not documented. And schematics for computers that don't have soft power circuits, which is not helping. I do know that these electrolytics were leaky. I'm going to going to go ahead and remove them from the board because well, I want to rule out that that's not one of them that's shorted. So I am going to use a slightly controversial method to remove them. Because actually, I just kind of like to remove them off the board. And first, I'm going to just double check that I know what is in the kit. So I do get the two radial caps, and let's see, there should be 1, 2, 3. There should be 6 electrolytics. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So this is how I'm going to remove these in a expedited manner. Oh, I'm not going to twist them. Twisting them off is cruel and unusual punishment to the board. So I'm going to... Oh, that's cool. There's actually pads underneath for surface mounts. No, I'm not going to do the twist method. I'm going to... Well, actually, unfortunately, my cutters are not big enough to do that. Okay, this board might have gotten a reprieve, and I'm going to have to use hot air because I can't find the cutters that I have somewhere that open wider. That's not them. Yeah, I don't twist them off. I just cut them off. Sometimes. When I'm feeling particularly brave. But I usually prefer to use my Hacko side cutters because they open a little wider. But no, the way I do it, when I do it this way, and I think Joe's the one that told me about it, but you kind of have to have the cutters that open wide enough, is you kind of press down so that you're not applying too much upward force because the cutters are going to kind of try to pull it up, and you just cut the top off. You don't twist. You just cut them off. And then you can pull the plastic piece off, and then you desolder the legs. If I had some SMT tweezers, I'd remove them that way. I was kind of hoping to not have to put lots of Captain Tape on this board to remove them. Yeah, you press down and cut. You don't twist. Yep, you press down and cut. If you twist, you're doing it wrong. You slowly and gently cut while pressing down. Easy as that. But the important thing is you use the pair of cutters that you're comfortable with and you know that they're going to successfully do the job. And as with everything on my bench, the tools like to run away. Although in this case, maybe because I was... Oh. Hold on. It didn't run away. I set up a table on over. I have a table set up for cleaning some computers and boards. Uh-oh. Joe's nemesis is in his museum. It's hot glue. All right, so watch. Press down. Because actually, no matter how you do this, you're going to have haters on YouTube. So you press down. Slowly. Squeeze. And there. I just basically decapped it. And then this will just come off here. There's the bottom ring. That's the seal. There's the plastic piece, which just kind of crumbled apart. And you're left with the two legs there. No lifting. No plastic heat damage. Just one capacitor removed. All right. Press down. Gently squeeze. There we go. And then we'll just kind of go get that off. The other thing is, the reason why I wanted to remove the caps is I just want to eliminate the fact that one of them is causing the short or contributing to it. So by removing these caps, basically the legs are left, but the legs aren't shorted together. So I just very quickly will remove all 6 of them from the board, and then I'll do my resistance measurement again. I'll probably just slightly clean, just to make sure there's no like electrolyte that had leaked under and is causing a low resistance. Push down, squeeze gently and slowly but firmly, and there we go. Then there we go, there's that. And then kind of the plastic is to just pop right off carefully. Oh. All right, and 4. Number of plastic things I've melted, 0. There we go. Because if I still have a short after doing this, then the thing is, I'll know recapping it is not going to fix the short. And then I may go to the 2CI board and ponder on this one. But this is kind of the way of, okay, I remove all the electrolytics and check and see if it does anything. Normally it's tantalums that are shorted. But I don't see any tantalums that are on between the 2 pins that are shorted on the power connector. So I just want to rule out that it's not like an electrolytic or like electrolyte from an electrolytic. Although it still could be under the egret chip. Okay, if this doesn't resolve it, I may just quickly hot air the egret chip off. Because at least it's like a known quantity. It's also something that if I do remove it and have to put it back, I'm fairly confident I can get it back. So I may just go ahead and do that. I may do that first before giving up on this board for tonight. Yeah. All right, good night, Eric. All right. Just what am I doing now? Making sure there's no electrolyte. Kind of cleaning any electrolyte that might have been under these components so that it's not creating a resistance. I may have to check. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I may have to actually remove the legs from C19 because it does kind of look like they're touching right now. Okay, so maybe I'll quickly remove the legs, but I can use the soldering iron to remove those. No, I don't think C18 is actually. Now that I look at it, I don't think the legs on C18 are actually touching. Looks like the way I cut it, that I might have squeezed them together. Let me check. No, they are not touching. Do I still have a short? Yes. Okay, if I lift the board up to make sure it's not the table causing the short, do I still have a short? Okay, I still have a short. Okay. Running out of ideas. night. Okay, I'm looking for my Captain Tape. Oh, that's right. I put it in the drawer. I am going to hot air the egret chip off real quick. Place your bets in the chat. Will we find anything under it? Will a pin fall off in the process? Because remember, last time I hot aired an egret off of a board, it lost a leg in the process. Still don't have that board working, but I did fix the egret chip, but I still don't have the board working because I gotta replace a transistor with a through-hole kludgy bodge. But all right. The thing is, by removing those caps that way, I just only have to protect the. Basically, I'm putting Captain Tape around all these other chips because I don't really want to remove them. I just only want to remove the egret. That's the one chip. So I'm going to Captain Tape, flux the egret, and hot air it off. I really don't want to do any of these other chips. So I'm going to protect them from the hot air a little bit. And hey, Bruce. I'm trying to figure out where a short on this board is coming from. The short is between the trickle voltage and the power on signal. It's a 2VX logic board. Unfortunately, there don't appear to be any schematics for this board out there, so I do have, thanks to Tinker Div for Discord, I do have the egret pin out, and we actually did figure out one of the pins that wasn't documented yet, because the egret's also shared by several Macs that don't have soft power circuits. So we actually figured out one of the pins that it's connected to the power switch. Oh, hey, Sad Mac 356. Alright, just gonna hot air this egret chip off because it could be a regret. Yes, for those of you just joining, I started by putting together one of these adapters so I could use an ATX power supply for testing. I then pulled this board out, which was a board I bought off eBay that I don't know if it was tested or not, but I thought it just needed recapped. But, well, there's a short on it, so no, more than a recap. I've already removed the I removed the capacitors. I removed the electrolytics that would have leaked. The short is still there. I don't think there's any tantalums. Hey, Sloopy. So, anyways, I'm removing the egret to see if the short goes away. Because it's like... Or to see if there's like anything under the egret chip, because there was a capacitor near it that leaked. But I did check my adapter is working because my, for parts, Quadra 650 board that I bought off eBay powered up. Death chimed, but it powered up. But luckily I figured out that it was RAM, and I removed the sims that were on the board, and it powered up, and I got the flashing question mark, so... Alright. The egret is off. I did not lose any pins on the egret chip. I did hear something kind of weird right after the egret came off. It sounded like a whiny noise. So hopefully that wasn't the egret, like, dying or something. Alright, so the egret chip. The board, at least initially under the egret, actually looks fine. Yeah, that's pretty clean. Okay, so let me put the board upright so that I know I'm not touching the stainless steel table. And do I still have a short there? And yes, okay. Still have the short. Some boards, they don't work correctly. Well, I mean, huh. Well, the one thing I haven't done is check resistance between those two pins on my Performa 600, but I don't think those I don't think there should be a dead short between those two pins. Because one's the trickle voltage and the other's the power on signal. Alright. Since I did remove the egret chip, I'm going to go ahead and clean the pads and I'll... Because I'll apply some new solder to put it back on. I mean, there was this one capacitor here, that C21, that did leak. Alright, well, the one nice thing that does make it a little easier to see what's going on here. There's a little tantalum there. And that... No, I'm pretty sure I checked that. Surely that's... I didn't... No, it's reading mega ohms. That's reading 16. That's the resistance of the between 5 volts and ground. Okay, that fuse is good. Hmm. Okay. I'm going to go check something here real quick. So, behave in the chat. I'm not going to go too far. I'm not going to bring the Performa 600 onto the bench because I'd have to clear it off. I'm just going to go over there, pull the power supply out, and check the resistance between pins 9 and 10. Because the Performa 600 is close enough to this that I'm going to feel really stupid if there's a short between those two pins. But let me double check. I don't know. This is a weird problem. This has been... Justin has been tracking down something that's actually not a fault. Tune in next time when I'll try to figure out why there's 5 volts coming out of the 5-volt rail of a power supply. Alright, I guess yeah, I just measured those 2 points on the Performa 600 board and dead short, and it's known working. So I have no idea how the power on circuit on this board works. So apparently that's why this adapter doesn't work, is because this board's doing it differently, and I don't know how it works. I didn't design the board. I have no idea. So I guess I get to put the, yeah, so if you're just tuning in, you missed me tracking down a short that apparently is... Okay, I really don't know how these boards turn soft power work, because the short is... Yeah, that would tell me that when you... I don't know how the soft power works on these boards. Because the short between those 2 pins would imply that the moment you plug in power, it turns on. Alright, I'm just cleaning my egret chip here. Alright. Let me roughly place the egret on the board. I don't know. I couldn't think of something that was, like, completely ridiculous. Alright, so apparently there's nothing wrong with the egret. Well, I guess, though, that one of the legs of the egret was green, so I guess I did rule out that their leg was broken because it came off, and egret came off, and no problems, and it'll go back on, and... Oh, cool. Will's got a working 2VX. So, Will, can you just confirm that you have a short between these 2 pins? We'll just rule out that my Performa 600 didn't, like, stop working, out of jealousy. Oh, yeah, my Performa 600 could have stopped working out of jealousy because it knew I was working on a 2VX. Night, Joe. Yeah, it's kind of one of those reasons why I had schematics for this. I wish I had schematics for this board, because then I would have probably realized that the short was intentional. I have a feeling that's why I can't see a trace going to either of those two pins, because I have a feeling the trace between those two pins is underneath the connector entirely. All right. I got one pin down. Let me check alignment. Um, Pins 6 and 7. I think it's actually pins 9 and 10 are 0 ohms. Hold on. Let me check egret alignment, and then I'll enumerate the way I think the pins are numbered. Okay, that actually looks pretty good. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, that's the one I soldered to tack it down. Yeah, I think if I solder that egret chip, I'll take the alignment. That's actually pretty good. All right, let me tack the another opposing corner of this chip so that I can enumerate the pins for Will. Oh. Okay, I think I did what I keep doing on these boards, and that's get all the pin numbers mixed up even though they're clearly labeled. You know, I had the wrong pins. You're right, Will. I didn't see that. So pins 6 and 7 are... Actually, I think pins 6 and 7 are supposed to be tied together, aren't they? Yes, pins 6 and 7 are tied together. All right. Okay, well, you just watched me troubleshoot something because I got all the pins mixed up. Again. I keep doing that on these boards. Even though it's clearly labeled. I'll put it this way. You live stream, and yeah, you sometimes do silly things because you're live streaming. Your brain just starts doing weird things. Okay. Well, apparently I was troubleshooting something that wasn't a problem because I got all the pins mixed up. Despite the fact they're clearly labeled. I need to stop doing that during live streams, but I probably won't because it's the way my brain works. Oh. Alright, at least the one good thing is, from the Performa 600, I have the power supply, and I'll try powering it up with the actual Apple power supply. Well, I guess I'm probably going to have to replace the caps I removed, though, first. Well, I guess I'm probably not going to get to the 2CI logic board tonight, because... Yeah. All right. Just trying to get these pins soldered and this solder bridge cleared. All right. Oh, I guess I'm about to. Thought I could get it to clear with just flux, but all right. Guess I'll have to. All right. Okay. You know, I'm actually now wondering if I think I maybe now know how this board works. Ah. I wonder if maybe the egret's just holding the board in reset until you press the power switch or the ADB button. But that would, well, that doesn't make sense though, because then, like, your hard drive and optical drive would have power. I don't know. That's really weird that... No, hold on. My brain's getting things mixed up again. No, I had the wrong pins. I don't know. Actually, I bet if I would actually go check the actual real legitimate pins 9 and 10 and not the ones that I thought were pins 9 and 10 because I was not paying complete attention to the board. Also, why do I keep losing? Oh, that's why I keep losing my solder. I keep knocking my solder off the workbench. Alright. Well, I bet I can actually figure out how the power-up circuit works a little better now that I realize my mistake. Okay. Well, let me get the egret back on. I wish there were schematics available for this board. Not that it's one of the most loved Macs. In fact, actually, I think the 2VXs, along with the Performa 600, are usually on the some of the worst Mac lists. And maybe that's kind of why I wanted to have one, because not everyone had the Macs that they would have wanted back in the day. Sometimes they just had to get the ones that they could afford back in the day. And there were reasons why the Apple they were the worst Macs is because Apple limited them so they wouldn't steal sales from the best Macs. All right, I think all the pins are soldered. I don't see any solder bridges. I'll check with continuity with a multimeter. But I guess at least removing the egret chip did let me see that no, there wasn't any corrosion under it from the capacitor that's nearby it. So, okay. It wasn't, a total loss. I mean, the egret chip did have a green leg on it, which can mean that there was corrosion. Could have. I mean, I did wonder if maybe there was corrosion underneath it. I probably would have eventually checked anyways, just ideally not with a snipe hunt based on the way my brain works. Yeah, it's not easy being green. Yeah, I mean, alright. Well, there we go. I got the flux cleaned off of it enough. I think I can check it. Alright, let me check the for shorts between the pins of the egret here real quick. Make sure I don't have any solder bridges. Okay, those. Okay, well, I got a connection. I don't see a solder bridge. Oh, that was just my multimeter leads. Okay, I'm using the wrong multimeter leads for this. Let me do what I probably should have done a little while ago. Let me detangle the. Oh, there we go. Now I've done it. All right. Well, I just spilled all the isopropyl alcohol all over my workbench, but as I was saying during a previous stream, that's why I pour out a small amount into a Dixie cup, although they're actually store brand, because apparently I know myself and I knock them over, like, so I ration out my isopropyl alcohol because I know I'm going to knock it over. It's not a matter of a question of if, but when. And then I will keep knocking them over while I try to clean it up, of course. Okay. Oh no. I feel like I'm off my A game tonight. Oh, I guess I will mention though, I just plug my coffee while I get my multimeter swapped out here. Oh, oh, yep, I got a coffee goal. It's to replenish tools and supplies. Links in the description. And I promise you, sometimes I actually can manage to not go on snipe hunts on circuit boards. All because I got pins mixed up. Oh, also in good news, after removing the egret chip, it does appear as if the green substance that was on one of the legs is now gone. So apparently I must have finally been successful at cleaning it off. So yay. That's a plus, I guess. All right, I guess if my snipe hunt resulted in me removing the egret that ultimately got the green gook off of one of the pins off, well, I guess maybe it was worth it. Let's face it, there was probably someone out there that was like, I want to see how long he can go before he realizes he was looking at the wrong two pins on the power connector. Sure enough, pins 6 and 7 are common. So pins 9 and 10 are... Yeah, they're not shorted, actually. Okay. I kind of wonder, though, now if I know exactly... So pin 10 is trickle, I think, so... I want to see that transistor again. Oh, wait, no, that's just on the... Oh, never mind. That transistor probably has nothing to do with what I'm looking for. Okay. Alright. I guess there's one thing to do here. If I'm going to try to power this up. I do know that I need to actually replace the capacitors that I removed, so... Alright. Alright. So basically, we'll just, use some solder wick. Get the pins off. And... then I'll clean up the pads, and then I'll put the capacitors on. Luckily, all these electrolytics are the same value, so it'll be really easy to recap this. Alright. Let me go ahead and let's see here. There's 1, 2... No, it's not fixed yet, Adam. You missed me going on a snipe hunt because I got some pins mixed up. Yes, I have confirmed on this board that all 3 common points on the power supply connector, they're all tied together as they're supposed to be, so... Common is common on this board. So I'm just going to... I clipped the capacitors off to make sure that wasn't well, that they weren't causing what I thought was a short, but I had the wrong pins. So I'm going to really quickly recap this board, and then I'll try to power it up again. Maybe the problem with the power-up circuit was just bad capacitors. Maybe that's why it wouldn't power up. I mean, the thing is, I kind of wanted to get a baseline, which is why I was even trying to power it up in the first place. So maybe the problem was the board, the caps were bad, so it wasn't going to power up, and that's my baseline. All right. It looks like I am going to have to add solder to these, though. Oh, cool. Ran into an old high school friend. Oh, that's good. All right. I'm not using my desoldering vacuum because, well, I don't know. It hasn't been working that great lately. So, I guess as I've been trying to fix this board, I'm kind of thinking next week I might try streaming 2 days again next week, as much as it causes streaming problems. I got enough I got enough boards I'd like to try to work through sooner rather than later. So I'm thinking one day, and I don't know which is which. So one day, either Tuesday or Thursday, I'll work on the 2CI and see if I can get it repaired. And then the other day, I've got a PC motherboard that needs to have some ISA and SIM connectors replaced before I could even have any hope of. Well, okay. I need to replace the SIM connectors because there is no way they're trash. The ISA connectors are green, but I kind of need to remove them to make sure there's no damage underneath them. I don't have to necessarily replace them to try powering up the board. And I do know there's like a number of broken traces, so there are trace repairs to be done too. And the 2CI board, there could be trace repairs for it too. Also, I have no idea why in the world these although then again, looking at how much flux I have, I don't know. I don't know that I have enough flux to do that PC board. Okay, so maybe I may only stream one day next week, and it might be the 2CI board. We'll see. kind of hoping to start on that PC. Actually, you know, I think I know. I do have something else that I've been needing to do, and maybe I'll do it Tuesday. Where because Thursday seems to be my better night for streaming. I think I'll do the 2CI board Thursday because I at least have what I need on hand to try to fix it. I've got a problem that I got a few projects I'd like to do, but I don't have what I need to do them yet. So I do have what I need to try to repair the 2CI board. So maybe Tuesday I have like a number of power supplies that I just basically need to go through them all and inspect them and figure out what caps I need to order to recap them. So maybe I might just do that Tuesday night as kind of a way to do that and not be doing that completely myself. I don't think I've got any what I need on hand to try to recap them, but I need to go through and figure out what caps I need to order to recap them. But I know some people like to know, well, how do people go about figuring out what caps to order? So maybe that's the perfect time to do a here's how I look for caps for a power supply that's not documented. How many power supplies do I have that aren't documented that I need to order caps for? Like, I think I got like at least half a dozen. The thing is, they're all AT power supplies, so yeah, I know some people would say, well, why don't you just get a AT to ATX conversion done? But some of these power supplies are actually in form factors that are not as easily replaced with an ATX power supply, such as the power supplies that would go in an XT or a AT, or I guess a PC for that matter, the IBM XT AT or PC with the clunky side switch. I got a couple of those. So those aren't quite as easily replaced with an ATX power supply because they got the side switch. So ideally, maybe I'd inspect them and figure out, well, do I repair them or do I maybe try to figure out a way to internally rig a new power adapter or what? Because the thing is, I like this clunky side switch, so I'm not. I don't want to get rid of that for cases that can use it. Maybe I inspect them and figure out there's any easy way to like replace the innards with something. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll do that just so at least I can have some company while I at least can show you how I would go about figuring out what caps to order. I mean, I think there's a couple different ways to do it, but and I could maybe walk through some of them. Depending on what the power supply is, sometimes I just like go straight for searching for caps. But sometimes I try to at least see if I can find a data sheet for the old caps first to see what type of cap it was. So maybe that might be of general interest of, okay, well, how do I go about ordering caps for something that's not documented? Well, it depends, Jeremy. I don't know. I'll have to take a look at them. Yeah, I know I could still replace the guts with an ATX power supply, but that would be more expensive than just buying caps in some cases. Especially if the only problem is the caps kind of look questionable. Now, I've got some of those power supplies where the whole thing looks questionable, and yeah, maybe I would just gut it and try to replace it. I have no idea why I'm having so much trouble getting some of these pins out. Yeah, I added solder because I'm like the pins seem to be stuck by something. Yes, Jeremy, but the other thing about replacing the guts with an ATX power supply is, well, there's two things. First, you have to find a power supply that you can actually safely mount using the you have to find one you can safely mount in the enclosure. And second of all, I don't want SATA power connectors in my old computers that just seems wrong to, I don't know, call me weird. Yeah, that might make it easier to plug in some things, but I don't know. I want to look at them. I know I'm not the only one that kind of is not afraid to try to repair something. Although maybe to my detriment, because sometimes trying to repair it's more expensive than just replacing it. Yes, if anyone's wondering, the tools and supplies on my trying to, yeah, my desolder station's on my list of things I'd like to try to repair. I'm wondering if it's the heater on the handle. And yeah, I know they include a spare heater in the kit, but I looked at what it would take to replace it, and I was like, oh, this is an awful lot of work to replace a cheap heater that's just going to fail. Well, Jeremy, prove me wrong, but but it seems like those small form factor power supplies are more expensive than a handful of caps. Also, I don't know why I'm having so much trouble removing these pins. It must be like, I guess there's just a huge ground plane. Alright, I will get these out at some point. Someday I will repair my desolder station. I'm hoping I don't run out of flux, or solder braid. Yeah, seriously, I've already added solder, and it's just, I mean, I see it wicking out, but it's like there's still solder in these vias. Okay, that one's on a ground plane. This is the positive side. Alright, maybe this one will come out. Well, no rush, Jeremy. I'm still inclined to figure out what caps I might need to repair some of those power supplies, because if I order enough caps, they're cheaper. I mean, thing is, I don't need to get all of those power supplies working, but that's the other thing. I need to inspect them because I would probably like to get the ones that are most likely to working. Some of them in my pile are there because I haven't tested them because they were stored in a way where, yeah, I want to inspect them first. I may just um, some of them are actually decent quality power supplies. So they may just be they may be fine. One of them's like an Antec, although it being an Antec doesn't mean it's guaranteed winner. But I don't know. Seriously, I'm like I do not. I have added solder. I've removed solder. I've added solder. I've removed solder. I do not know why I can't get these pins to come out. I know, Jeremy, you're trying to get me to just replace the guts with something, but I don't know. There's something about repairing things. I mean, I got enough of those power supplies. Maybe I could be convinced to try to replace the guts in one of them with something else and see how that goes. Just like I'm not even look. Yeah, I'm not even sure how many people are watching right now, but if you're still watching, smash that like button because I don't know how many people have liked the video either. I'm not looking at numbers. I don't know. And if you're watching this stream on the replay, hey, leave a comment. So then at least I know people are actually like watching my streams on the replay. Because I can look at metrics that YouTube Studio gives me, but sometimes like having a comment, knowing people actually watch them is kind of nice. It'll also make me feel better about trying to track down a non-problem, and now I don't know, I can't get these pins out, and all I can figure is just this gigantic, there's like a gigantic ground plane under them, and yeah, I think I need a new tip for the soldering iron, but yes, I am using a conical tip, Jeremy. I'm using the same tip I always do. Just I think it's I think this tip is getting to the point where I need to replace it. And yeah, yeah, I got a list of things I need to get to replenish supplies, and oh, yep. I mean, I'll eventually get them all, including a new tip for this iron. If not, like the handle for my new soldering station that I would like to start using. But considering I got burned by buying a handle on Amazon, well, um, I'm not gonna try that again. I'm just gonna order one from Hacko. But that means I gotta. It means I gotta. Well, I think it's gonna be like $170 to order the handle, because I need to order the. It's not just ordering the handle. I need to order the. It has a. Oh, finally, I got one of the pins out. It's this the solder station actually has a connector for the switch that's in the the iron holder that would come with the kit if I'd ordered the kit, but I thought I had a handle that was legitimate and would work, and so I didn't buy the kit. I just bought the station, but it turns out that handle was counterfeit, and so really I need to. Well, that, and I forgot that there was a switch in the base that basically if you put the iron in the base, it cuts heat. I don't know that it turns the heat off entirely, but at least reduces the temperature to reduce the wear on your tip, because they will oxidize over time. The thing about the Hacko I'm using now, it doesn't have that feature, so it's on all the time. So and I think my tip is think it's just about to the point where it's needs replaced. But well, I don't think I have a chisel tip, Jeremy, and besides, I'd have to turn the iron off to replace it and wait for this to cool down, and it's like 11:43. Ideally, I would use my desoldering station on this, but it's not working right. I, I, I think the heater and the handle's not heating. Or the vacuum in the base has stopped working. I don't know which. No, it's not fixed, Adam. I'm still trying to get the leads of the capacitor out, and I'm running into technical difficulties. I don't think my I I really hate in I'm like to I don't know. I'm going to increase the temperature. I really don't want to, but wrong button. Okay, I'm going to increase the temperature. I don't really want to, but well, Jeremy, the thing is, if I just hold the gun up without putting it to anything, it seems to have a vacuum, and but the moment I try to desolder something, it like doesn't. It I don't know. It's just me, and I only have time to troubleshoot so many things, and quite honestly, that's lower on my list because solder braid also works. All right. Well, that pin just fell out, I think. Nope, it's still on the board, but it's like... Okay, maybe I just needed to turn the temperature up on this board. Alright, second pin out. Alright, let me see if the other ones will come out real quick. I know you can't see what I'm doing, but I just want to try to get these out real quick. No, okay, I'm about to try from the other side. Okay. Yeah, it's a ZD915. I mean, a handle's on my list of things that I gotta get, but I'm going to get solder wick before that because I'm like almost out of the good solder wick. I mean, I have solder wick, but it's not as good as this. I'll probably end up using it, but yeah, I'm kind of... Yeah, it's kind of my... I got like a big long list of things that I'm like low and out of, and Uh, I don't. I don't use the sponge. I use a nylon or not a brass. I use a brass thingamajig to clean it. All right, come on, pen. I know. Nope. All right, I was hoping I could maybe had put enough heat in this board that the pen would just fall out. Nope. You know, it's the same model as a lot of YouTubers have, but I guess my frustration partially with it is they make it so easy to buy the station, but then parts for it, it's like not everywhere, not everyone has parts for it. It's like they want you to just buy another station when it stops working, and you run out of the pre-included parts that were in the box. I also don't know how many times you're supposed to add solder to. Um. Well, yeah, Newark is usually a good source for things, but I mean, I'll check it out. I may try to place an order with them. Last time I tried to order from them, though, I'm not sure exactly what happened. Basically, they claim that my bank declined the purchase. However, I have it on good authority that they didn't even try to charge the card. So, I don't know what's up. I think it's more nuanced than I'm kind of wondering if I don't know. I'm kind of actually wondering if maybe it was just something that had to do with that order, and they didn't really want me, an individual, ordering what I'd tried to order, which was a bunch of tantalum caps that were on sale. Um, but it kind of got me the wrong way because I know they did not try to even charge the card. Because I called my bank and they were like, "No, we didn't do anything. Which charge was it again?" I'm like, "Well, here's the purchase," and I was like, "No, we don't see a charge that came through for that. We don't even have anything in our back end system." I'm like, I don't. So I think Newark didn't even try to charge the card for whatever reason because my bank could not. My bank could not tell me why they declined the purchase because they didn't even see the purchase in the first place, not even an attempted purchase. So I don't. For whatever reason, I don't think Newark actually tried charging the card. I think they just didn't want to sell me tantalum capacitors that they were clearancing out because I tried to order a whole bunch because of how cheap they were. I just kind of wish that maybe they'd like maybe just canceled the order and not try to. The really weird part is they then asked me to give me the information that was on the back of my card, and they would call my bank. But from what I could tell, they didn't even try to charge the card in the first place, and I was not even. I was like, no, I'm not giving you the information from the back of my card. I am not letting you call my bank when you didn't even apparently try to even charge the card in the first place. Of course, I would not go let them. They wanted the phone number that was on the back of the card. I'm like, no, I'm not. No, that's going too far. I'm not giving you permission to call my bank's fraud department on my behalf when you didn't even try to charge the card. Even if you did try to charge the card, no, I'm not letting you call them on my behalf. I will call them. Like, what? I don't know what in the world they were doing. I may try again. It may have been very well been what I was trying to purchase, but I kind of got rubbed the wrong way about their request for the phone number that was on the back of my card and that they wanted to call my bank. I just thought that was like really weird. Well, also, what's really weird is in attempting to get that capacitor off, I think the trace is still there, but I think I'd need to put a little solder mask there to reinforce it because I think oh yeah, I don't want to short that. Oh wait, did I just Oh, I missed a bunch of chat things, I think. Well, Bruce, I think I do needed a hotter soldering iron too, but I think I might have set it too hot. I think I need a new soldering iron tip, honestly. Looks like I kind of burnt the fiberglass. By the way, Jeremy, I'm using the tip that everyone tells me to use, and when I switch tips, everyone tells me to go back to the one I was using. Which is kind of why I didn't, the other reason I didn't switch tips. The reason being I'd have to wait for it to cool down. All right, let me check to make sure I didn't actually break these traces. It's going to be fun to. I mean, seriously, I've been using this tip for I don't know how long. Think it. I think I need to replace it. They do wear out eventually. And yeah, I'll check out that handle on Newark's website. Oh, there's solder mask on these vias. Well, according to the microscope, I didn't break it, so I'm just going to put a little bit of. Well, let me replace the capacitor. Oh, oh, that's nice. Oh, Jeremy, the reason why I'm not going to try to hot swap the tip is because it's hot. If I had um because I've got the FX888D, it wasn't really intended to be hot swapped, so you've got to actually you've got to you've got to remove a nut, which is also hot, to then remove the sleeve, which is hot, to then get the soldering iron tip off, which is hot, to which you've then exposed the ceramic heater, which is really hot. Well, I mean, yeah, I use pliers too, but I don't like doing it because it's hot. At least with the other style handle where they give you a little silicone thing, you just basically grip and pull it straight out. You don't have to remove multiple hot pieces to get the tip out. This one you have to remove multiple hot pieces to get the tip out. I don't like doing it because it's hot. Call me crazy, but I'm not ambidextrous and I don't want to burn my right hand. I mean, I've done it before too. I mean, I don't like doing it because it wasn't really designed for it. Yeah, exactly, Adam. This parrot. Oh, I thought I could really quickly recap this board. And I think all I've proven is that I don't I don't have anything with enough thermal mass to really get this board. Also gotta make sure I didn't short. Alright, I'm about to check that under the microscope. Okay. Well, let me. I know, Jeremy. It's late. I've already made so many mistakes tonight, so I'm definitely can tell I'm off my A game. I don't really want to try to swap a hot soldering iron. I'm hoping you can't blame me for that because I'm clearly not on my A game tonight, and I'm just gonna blame all the smoke outside. Okay, looks like I did get that on without bridging. Yeah, I kind of figured this board would be fine too, but well, let me at least get these caps back on so I can try powering it up again with an actual power supply. Um, Here I am working later than I thought I would be, but well, okay. I don't have to drive to work in the morning because we're work from home because of the smoke in the area. So I guess at least there I can stay up a little later because I don't have to actually drive to work. So that saves me a few minutes. I would kind of like to see this power up. Yeah, I can definitely tell I'm off my A game. Oh. Yep. Hoping I'll Yep, I know you're on my side. I just I don't know, I feel dumb for tracking down something that ended up not being an issue because I had the wrong pins on the power connector. I don't know. There are sometimes when I wonder if I'm dyslexic. Most of the time when I mention it to someone and they're like, "No, you can't be dyslexic." Although I did have one person admitting to me later after they told me, "No, I don't think you're dyslexic," and they were around me a little bit longer. They realized, maybe you could be dyslexic, but I'm not sure. No, I don't know. I'll blame getting those pins mixed up on my potential dyslexia. I also had someone tell me it's harder to diagnose dyslexia in adults than it is children, so it doesn't really matter. Most of the time I seemingly catch myself too, but tonight I guess not. I blame the smoke in the air. Alright, well, I got those two caps on. Oh, wait a minute. I was trying to get all the pins out so I could... Yeah, I got sidetracked. Well, I guess, I forgot. I was removing pins, but it took so long to get those pins out that I just went ahead and put those caps back in. So I guess I'll go ahead and put caps on as I remove and clean pads. Whatever. Alright, as long as I don't, well, okay. I have other solder wicks, so I guess if I run out of the good stuff, I'll just use the not-so-good stuff on the... Oh, that's right. If I do work on those PC boards next week, I'll just use the crummy stuff on them, because it's a PC. No, but I'm also almost out of... I don't have enough flux to remove 472-pin SIM sockets, so... Why am I confused? Oh, Adam, yeah, that's right. You're in Kansas, so you don't realize that all the Canada wildfire smoke is well, you might have seen it in the news, but actually it's like um it's coming far enough south that our area was in the unhealthy range today, part of the day. Yeah, I'm blaming the wildfire smoke. Well, hopefully your flight can make it there, and I'll I mean, And I'll get your I mean, assuming the post office doesn't like say that, oh, it's too smoky for us to be open tomorrow. I'll get your pie in the mail tomorrow. I can just put it in my mailbox. So hopefully we'll have that in a couple days. Yeah, I think yeah, I think I remember you mentioning something about that. All right. Well, let me. I got four more caps. These should be quick because I just need to clean up the solder pads. I think I may turn the heat down on my solder iron. I don't like. Right now I got it set to 850 degrees Fahrenheit, which is like hotter than I'd really like to work. Yeah, oh, okay. Maybe I can, maybe it's not too bad. Okay. All right. Let me pick the pins off the board. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. And let's see here. Flux and influms. All right. Well, I can. Oh, maybe. No, actually, maybe that isn't as bad. All right, I'm just gonna go with that alignment because I don't know why Pastor's not being nice to me. All right. All right, there's that one. Let's see here. That was positive. All right, just double checking. Double checking that I got right. Oh, don't worry, Jeremy. I think hopefully you'll be back before I try to power this up. At least I mean, I'm happy that my Quadro 650 board actually works. That's nice. Kind of hoping I could get this one working too. Oh. Okay. That's not good. I mean, not that I really need a. I don't. Not like this is going in a 2VX, but I, I did get it so I could benchmark it against the Performa 600 to see for myself exactly how much performance you lost by going with the Performa 600. Now, what I didn't do was get a 2VI to. Because apparently, in some benchmarks, I think the 2VI benchmarks higher than the 2VX and Performa 600. Okay, I'll just trust that one because I could see it. The silly things Apple did to keep from stealing sales from the 2CI. All right, Adam. We'll talk to you later. There we go. That's more like it. I got the password to cooperate. All right. Two more after this. All right. See the one. See, get the one that's near the egret. All right. Oh, I didn't even realize I had my multimeter on. Whatever. Alright, and one more cap. I don't remember, Thomas. Yeah, I don't know who was trying to restore their 512. I'm just trying not to turn this board into 512 pieces. My brain is certainly working against me right now. Alright, well, got one more cap, and I'll try to power it up, and then, well, and then unless it's like something stupidly simple, if it won't power up, then it's kind of, we'll have to leave this board till a future stream. Because, yeah, I'm starting to definitely tell that it is late. So, yeah, alright. I would like to see if maybe, I mean, I kind of feel like on the one hand, I'd feel vindicated if this board doesn't just power up, with even with the actual Apple power supply, but on the other hand, it would be nice to know that it was just me making a silly mistake. It was the actual cause. I don't know why I would somehow feel better about it being a silly mistake and not an actual problem on the board. Maybe it's because I can't find schematics for the board, which, well, I'm a software guy. But I can follow schematics. That's easy. Well, easy for me. Actually, knowing what all the electronic components to do to try to find a fault without the schematics, when I can't see where components are connected, yeah, that's trickier. I don't pretend to know enough about all the components to try that. I mean, I will if it comes down to it, but I prefer troubleshooting with schematics, and it would appear as if the 2VX, at least in my quick search, I couldn't find anyone that had posted schematics for it, so. And actually, I need to turn this board so I can easily reach this capacitor, so pardon the fact you can't see it, because where this capacitor is, I was reaching too far. I don't have long arms, and I needed long arms to reach it where it was. Okay, now that I got one side of it on, I think I can get the other side while you watch. Problem was, I having trouble getting one side of it. All right. Okay, there we go. I think that's good. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tantalums and 2 through-hole axials. All right. Well, alright, let me just make sure I don't have any metal shavings on the board. Okay, I don't think I dropped any metal shavings on the board. I don't see any solder balls. Okay. I'm not even going to clean the flux off the first attempt. Because I'd have to wait for the isopropyl to dry. So I'm just going to, for the first attempt, trying to find where I set the, oh, there it is. Okay, so I'm going to actually use the actual Apple power supply. Because I don't know why the ATX adapter wasn't working. I mean, I don't know if it's just maybe it's not compatible. Alright, so, alright, I gotta, let me, well, I don't want this. Oh, wait a minute. Alright. Hold on. Okay, so I probably do need to put VRAM in it. There's no onboard VRAM that I remember. Or maybe there is. No, that's onboard RAM. Okay, there is onboard RAM. There's no onboard VRAM. I just added VRAM. Let me plug the monitor in because I won't be able to reach that when I put the power supply on. Okay. Let me see. Where's the power cord? That goes like that. So that's in. Let me see. Where's the plug? Okay. Let me find a non-conductive thing to kind of prop the power supply up with. There we go. The tube itself should be non-conductive. Okay. Let's see. Video, power. I think that should be the bare minimum. There's VRAM. There's RAM on board. Oh, I guess speaker. Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1, half. Time. Oh. Gray screen. Mouse cursor. Rounded corners. That's good. Okay. At least I'm somewhat relieved. Flashing question mark. That's good. All right. Now I'm curious. Okay. Let me unplug this. I'm really curious now. All right. It worked with a the power supply from my Performa 600. All right, now okay, now if this works, then the problem probably was that I needed to recap it. That there was something with the capacitors that wasn't letting it power up. Yeah, it lives. All right, if this works, it needed recapped. No question about it. All right, so plugged in. All right. No, this adapter is not compatible with this computer. Ah, okay. So yeah, you can't use that adapter with a 2VX apparently. All right. Well, what does that tell me? I guess I probably should have pulled the power supply from my Performa 600 sooner, but it is quite fiddly to pull it out, which is why I didn't want to. But anyways, the board lives. It probably would have powered up had I powered it up with the actual power supply. But I didn't, because I didn't want to have to pull the connector out because it's fiddly. But yeah, it lives. It's recapped. I guess I'm going to put it through the ultrasonic cleaner to get the flux off of it and clean it real good. I do want to put a dab of... I think I do want to put a dab of solder mask on this board where I accidentally exposed some traces. I do, Jeremy. Did I not put a letter in your care package? I mean, I may have the web page open still. Let me check. Okay, actually, I do still have it open. Here, I'll put it in the chat again. But I thought I'd also put it in, actually put it in the note I put in the box, because just in case you got it and wanted to start building it. But anyways, yeah, that's the adapter. Apparently, for whatever reason, it doesn't work on the 2VX, so I don't know if it'll work on the 2SI. I hope it does. Well, maybe the 2SI may, soft power circuit may work differently than this one. I thought all the soft power at Macs basically worked about the same way. Oh, you're not at home at the moment. Oh, well, that would be why you're asking. Yeah. All right. Well, the link's in the chat. Okay. So I just want to go ahead and put a dab of solder mask on this real quick, just to protect those two traces. Hopefully, I don't find out that that's actually broken, but yeah, I just want to put a dab of solder mask on it, and then I'm gonna close the stream out because I'm gonna I'll just let the UV the solder mask cure. All right. Yeah, I know that's probably way too much. Solder mask, where I think I'm kind of expose the traces there. That'll protect that. All right, that's good. All right, so the 2CI motherboard, or 2CI logic board, excuse me. I'm getting tired, so of course I'm mincing terms. Well, that I'll just have to probably work on next week, because I am curious. I think I have the parts to repair it. I am curious whether I can actually repair it, or whether it will just simply be potential parts for my other 2CX logic board that I tried to, well, I tried to work on and was not successful. So also, I think next time I have a day off from work, I'm going to try to detangle all of the cords on my workbench. There we go. All right. Well, that solder mask will hopefully cure. It can have as long as it wants. Let me at least make sure that I actually... Oh. Make sure that it didn't actually do what I sometimes do when I'm tired, and that was set it on the board in a way where the ultraviolet light would have no chance of actually getting to the board. So I need to... unfortunately, the cord is... Oh, there we go. That might work. As long as it doesn't fall off. Okay, seriously, maybe I need to detangle things on my workbench before I have a next holiday from work, because I don't... Yeah, if you don't realize by all the sounds of things falling on my workbench, apparently all the power cords got tangled up and... Okay, there we go. Solder mask on. Board actually works. It's recapped. I'll let the solder mask cure as long as it wants to. I'll probably put it through the ultrasonic cleaner. Well, probably do it tomorrow. Or at least next time I'm downstairs and have a little time to swap the board around. Just to get the flux off, any last electrolytic leakage off of it. It'll be good. Time for a GI party. Hopefully you're not gastrointestinal. No, I don't want a gastrointestinal party in my basement. I'm hoping maybe that you meant general infantry, but I'm not versed on military terms. Even that, that sounds weird. But anyways, yeah, it posted with an Apple power supply. It did not work with the adapter that says it should work with the 2VX, but it certainly did not work with the 2VX. So, oh, government issue. Yeah, anyways, even though the website actually calls out the 2VX, for some reason this adapter didn't want to work with the 2VX, so maybe I'll reach out to Rudolph and, I don't know, maybe it got listed because it had the same pin out, but maybe they hadn't actually tested it on it. Because there is a note that the 2SI should be the same. I don't know. There's something weird. It did not... I'm tired. That's why my brain even thought gastrointestinal first, okay? Yeah, GI, government issue. That makes way more sense now. My brain is now like, oh, yeah, I should have guessed that. Anyways, all right. So I got the adapter built. It works with the Quadra 650 logic board. It did not work with the 2VX. I don't know why. I might reach out to Rudolph. I hope it works on your 2SI, Jeremy, but your mileage may vary. You got the 2VX logic board. Got it recapped. Figured out that the problem I was tracking down wasn't a problem. It was the adapter and me mixing up pins. Oh well, happens. Yeah. So, yeah, I guess with that, I'm going to... yeah, I'm trying to, like, clean up my mess as I close the stream out because, well, I probably should just do this tomorrow, but there are a few things I do want to take care of just to make sure they don't, like, that if my UV cure light falls over, it doesn't, like, knock things over that I don't want to spill. So, anyways, yep, like, comment, subscribe, all the YouTube stuff. I mean, guess coffee and Patreon links are in the description if you're so inclined. I'll schedule streams for next week. One of them will probably be the 2CI repair because I would like to see if I can get it repaired. And I actually have the stuff to try to repair it. And maybe I might do a stream where I just kind of walk through how I would order caps for a power supply, but I don't know. Well, I'll look at my schedule and when other streamers have streams, and maybe I might just do one stream next week. I don't know. Or I'll get the crazy idea to maybe 2 streams. We'll see. Anyways, it is late. I'm babbling. I think it's time for me to go to bed. And, yeah. Have a good morning. Yeah, seriously. Anyways, let me make sure that I have the mouse in the correct place. So with that, take care. Have a great rest of your evening, night, day, as it might be. And I'll see you next time. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon. And by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.